Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. My name is Anson Tebbets. I'm coming to you from the town of Cabot, where I grew up. And I'm the Secretary of Agriculture, Food and Markets. We have a lot of our directors, and Deputy Eastman, Allison Eastman, is coming to us from Orwell, and she'll be joining us as well. First of all, welcome, congratulations on your election and getting to serve the people of the state of Vermont. You are going to be a very special class, I believe, because you campaigned during a pandemic, and you are going to be seated during a pandemic. And what an opportunity for all of you. I think it's going to be a really productive session, both this year and next year. We've got a lot of great things to do. We'll get through the health part of this, but we'll also got to work on our economic development, and agriculture will play a role in that as you work your way through the legislature. Many of you coming from rural areas, you know how important agriculture is to the economy of Vermont and our way of life. Just wanted to maybe give you our mission statement from the Agency of Agriculture, just as a reminder and highlight what we're all about. Our mission is: the agency facilitates, supports, and encourages the growth and viability of agriculture in Vermont while protecting the working landscape, human health, animal health, plant health, consumers, and the environment. So that's what we're about in a paragraph here at the Agency of Agriculture. And over the next 55 minutes, we're going to walk through what we do. We have about, give or take, about 130 employees, full-time employees. We have some part-time people that may work for us during the summer, doing some summer work, some field week work for us. But for the most part, we're about 130 employees. We have 3 locations, physical locations. Most of us are working remotely right now. We have a group of about 5 or 6 at most that are stationed at an office setting, just so we can get the work that needs to be done. Mainly the business office and licensing and registration are in our business office. And that is at 116 State Street in Montpelier. It is the most beautiful building in the complex in Vermont. It's a big brownstone right across from the Supreme Court and the State House. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's been restored over the last 3 or 4 years, and we're very fortunate to work in that building. Another location we have is in Williston, where a great number of our folks that work in our water quality division work out of Harvest Lane. So that's another physical location that we come from. And then our third location is an important part of what we do, and we're going to kick off that portion of our presentation today with our lab. We call it Vail, and we have our director of the laboratory, which is in Randolph on the campus of VTC. It is a new facility. It's just an absolutely gorgeous facility, and I'm going to turn it over to our director, Rebecca Harvey, who manages that lab in Randolph, and Rebecca's going to give us just an overview of what work is done there. Rebecca?
Hi, Anson. Thanks so much. I am going to share my screen with you all so you can see a few slides. Again, my name's Dr. Rebecca Harvey. I'm the director here at Vail. And I'd like to start by just giving you a brief overview and history of our facility and our laboratory. Can you see? Here we go. There's my first slide. So what we see here is a picture of our facility in warmer weather at 163 Admin Drive on the VTC campus. A brief recent history is, going back to 2011, our lab facility was located in the Waterbury complex. Our lab, along with some other laboratories from Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, were located there. Unfortunately, when Tropical Storm Irene came through in August of 2011, our facility was destroyed. We were relocated up to the campus of the University of Vermont. Other lab facilities in the complex were relocated to National Life. During this transition, the Vermont DEC lab and the Vermont Agricultural Lab took advantage of this transition, and in 2015, the two labs were merged to form the Vermont Agriculture and Environmental Laboratory. We're technically a division of the Agency of Agriculture, and as part of that merger, planning began to build a new facility that would house our lab along with other state lab facilities that had been previously in the Waterbury complex. Construction on the new facility was begun in 2017 and was completed in early 2019. And by February of 2019, the building was fully occupied. And really this offers a great opportunity to kind of distinguish between Vail the facility and Vail the laboratory. Where Vail the facility is the entire building located at 163 Admin Drive. Like I said, it houses labs for both the Agency of Natural Resources and several different labs that are under the auspices of the Agency of Agriculture. So the A&R labs include the Fish and Wildlife Health Lab, the Forest Health Lab, and DEC Watershed Management's Ambient Biomonitoring Lab. On the agriculture side, we have the Plant Industry Lab, our Weights and Measures Lab, and an Animal Pathology Lab, along with Vail, the lab, which I refer to as our Chemistry and Biology Labs. I'm director of Vail, the lab, but I also provide a lot of services for the other laboratories that are housed here at 163 Admin Drive. So what do we do at Vail, the laboratory? Our work is highly varied, as you can see by the list of different examples of testings that we provide. We have 14 full-time analysts, including myself in the laboratory, with varying areas of expertise. We also hire 2 seasonal temps during the summertime to help with the heavy lift during our busy field seasons. Like I said, our work is very varied, it's highly varied, but it can generally be divided into agricultural tests and environmental tests. So our agricultural tests include regulatory testing to ensure that milk and dairy products meet food safety and quality standards as determined by the Food and Drug Administration. We also provide label guarantees for feed samples, animal feed, seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, basically confirming that the recipes or formulations that are printed on the labels are accurate. We also provide that same guarantee testing for meat samples that are collected off grocery store shelves. We also provide industrial hemp testing. So this is a relatively new field of testing that Vail's been participating in, and currently it's limited to compliance and monitoring samples that are collected by Agency of Agriculture field personnel and the farm division, which I'm sure you'll hear more about. Generally, all of this agricultural work is done on Agency of Agriculture specific projects, and samples are collected predominantly by agricultural personnel. So it's done, it's mostly internal in-house type work for the agricultural testing that we provide. But we do help out the general farmer with doing some diagnostic testing, looking for animal health issues and, different things that might impact productivity on their farms. Our environmental tests certainly make up the bulk of our work in terms of numbers of samples coming through the lab. And generally, these are water and air quality samples. So, in a typical year, we process close to 30,000 environmental samples in a very brief 4-month window in the summertime. So this will, we have over 130 different analytes that we can test for. Predominantly, about 1/3 of these samples are just for phosphorus alone. So if you hear about phosphorus monitoring on Lake Champlain or throughout the state, those samples are coming through our doors. So phosphorus, nutrients like nitrogen, heavy metals are another big class of analytes that we test for your traditional kind of wet chem techniques, so alkalinity, pH. We also test for residual pesticides in groundwater and surface water. And we also perform air quality testing on EPA-regulated air toxic compounds. Most of this work for our environmental testing is done for our partners with the Department of Environmental Conservation or programs that they support. Some of this work is coming from our own agricultural water quality inspectors. And to a lesser extent, some private environmental monitoring groups and academic researchers work with us to submit samples. New in this year, we started also testing drinking water samples. So that's a new service that we offer here, where people, private and public water sources, can send their drinking water samples to us to do bacteria testing. So that's a brief snapshot of the testing that we currently provide, but I also kind of wanted to highlight some of our goals for the year moving forward into 2021. So 2020 has certainly been a challenging year for us here at Vail. Many of our partners in the environmental realm have suspended, scaled back, or canceled their field season altogether. So we saw greatly reduced sample numbers compared to our normal years. We didn't get 30,000 samples this past summer, but it's provided us an opportunity to really evaluate the tests that we offer and the needs of our clients. And we've identified 3 opportunities that we look forward to pursuing in the next year. So one opportunity is to develop a molecular genetics lab. Back in 2019, when we moved in, the building was constructed with a brand new state-of-the-art molecular genetics lab that was fully equipped, and it's largely gone undeveloped due to staffing shortages. We have been able to collaborate with some tick surveillance programs to test for Lyme disease and ticks that were collected by our farm division. And we've also done some development work on detecting pathogens and viruses in some cheese products. But we're currently actually looking at a vacancy in that division that offers us an opportunity to hire a new microbiologist whose primary role will be to develop this laboratory and allow us to provide genetic testing that would be applicable to both agricultural and environmental priorities. Another opportunity is to strengthen our hemp analysis program. I mentioned that we do test industrial hemp here at Vail, but our testing is largely limited to our own field agents here in the Agency of Agriculture. But now that we have a laboratory accreditation program, and now that that industry has started to grow a bit, I really see an opportunity to diversify our test offerings and serve a greater agricultural community by providing this hemp testing directly to producers and processors. This work will really hinge on our ability to perform method development, validation, and pursue certification of these additional tests that we'd be required to develop. The last major opportunity that I see is in the development of methodology to test for polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS. This class of contaminants poses a significant health risk and are widespread in the environment. Several hotspots of contamination have been identified in Vermont, and the Department of Environmental Conservation has really been tasked with monitoring for these compounds. Unfortunately, there's no lab in Vermont, private or public, that offers this test. So samples and all of the sample fees associated with these samples are shipped throughout the country for analysis. The going rate for these samples is about $400 a pop. So by keeping these samples in state, we could help, keep those funds in state and also provide a higher level of service for those agencies and partners that are participating in this monitoring and remediation. We have all of the equipment required to provide all of these lines of testings, and we're really only limited by personnel. So, the development of and implementation of especially the hemp and PFAS analysis would really only require an initial investment of staff, And once those testing services are set up, these lines of analyses will be self-sustaining and will actually be a great revenue generator towards the agency's overall budget. So those are my goals. I'm hopeful that we can address some of these in the coming months and weeks, and I'd be happy to share some more information about some of these goals with anybody who's curious or would like to learn more, or who might have some insight into these different analytical goals. So I guess my last slide here is just how you can reach me directly. My email and phone is listed there. So if I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them now, or later on if there's time during the meeting, or one-on-one.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. As you can tell, Rebecca outlined how important the lab is to support both the private industries in Vermont and agriculture, and also a number of nonprofits and also state government. I believe we have a question from Leslie Goldman. Leslie?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I see that you're on the VTC campus, and what the implications of the state college issues, how that might affect you.
Yeah, that's a great question. We're certainly, that's on our radar too, is how that might impact us. We are, we do get our steam, so our heat source is through the VTC campus. And that's a great question. I don't really have the answer to it. It's something that's on all of our radars. Anson might have additional feedback to give, but we're very invested in what happens with the Vermont State College system and the VTC campus. We haven't really had the opportunity to flesh out what partnerships might look like with the student body there and with the faculty there. We have had the opportunity to work with some of their students and alum in terms of their, we've hired them as part-time temps for the past couple of summers. But in terms of, what happens with Vermont State College, we are on VTC land, but BGS manages our building. They technically own it. So I'm sure it's on everybody's radar, and it is a large unknown for at least me right now. What would happen to us if things were not to go well for Vermont State College system.
And the VTC is undergoing an evaluation and a strategic plan for the agriculture school there. And we have a number of our members of the agency that are participating in that. So they're trying to figure out next steps of how they're going to, make sure they're sustainable as far as the ag sector goes, because they do have a working farm there. They have the orchard. They have a sugar bush as well. So it's an important part of our educational mission that we all want to see flourish in the future. Mm-hmm. We're going to move along now to our next presentation for our next division, and Dr. Haas is with us. Dr. Haas is our state veterinarian, but also manages a number of programs under consumer assurance and protection and so forth. So we're going to turn it to Dr. Haas, who's going to give us a little overview of her neck of the woods.
Great, thank you, Anson. I hope that you can now see a different slide up on the screen. Maybe, Anson, can you give me a thumbs up if you can see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, the rest of this is going to be so easy. Thank you. Welcome to the virtual Agency of Agriculture's Food Safety and Consumer Protection Division. As Anson said, my name is Kristen Haas, and I've had the privilege of serving as the state veterinarian and the division director for this division for the past 13 years. Also in the meeting today is Dr. Kathy McNamara. She's the division deputy director and assistant state veterinarian, and also is head of service for the state meat and poultry inspection program. So she's joining me, and we're happy to represent our division and share some information with you all. We are a 38-person division focused on, really in a nutshell, the two things that you can see here on this first slide. Our two critical bucket list mission areas are ensuring safe foods and also ensuring fair markets for all Vermonters. Our division is comprises a variety of different people, including scientists, technical experts, specialists, and generalists. And I feel like we meld nicely with one another, and it takes all of those different perspectives to make us function well, which hopefully we do on an ongoing basis. I think it's important, and what I'm most proud of about the Food Safety and Consumer Protection Division is that all Vermonters are impacted by the work that our team completes. And you can probably identify or relate to at least one box on the slide that you see before you now. You either eat something in column 1, you utilize something in column 2, or you are knowingly or unknowingly impacted by something in column 3. So the other thing that is worth mentioning is that usually if we're doing our work successfully, there often are no headlines, because it means there are no foodborne illness outbreaks, food recalls, or foreign animal disease events. There are occasional exceptions to that, and one example that some of you might remember was in June of 2019, when our weights and measures team, which is primarily responsible for the middle column here, provided 6 years of compliance and enforcement data to the Vermont Attorney General's office that informed that office's $1.7 million settlement with Dollar General for price misrepresentation. And so that was a positive outcome for Vermonters, and sometimes we do make headlines, and sometimes it's for good reason. And so while our division is ensuring the safety of the various food commodities that you see here in the first column at the post-harvest phase, and then also I would point out that we work along an entire continuum and focus on livestock and poultry health at a pre-harvest phase, which then informs that food safety initiative as well. But while we're doing that, we're also protecting consumers at the gas pumps. And then also when consumers, you all included, us included, when you buy items at grocery stores or farmers markets and in other locations that have any weighing or measuring devices across which we all purchase our commodities and our goods. You see some of them here. The other thing that I think I would actually add to this column would be that's a popular I think well thought of initiative that we have is that we do regulate scanners, scanning price point scanners in grocery stores, and all of us shop there. So that is kind of a bucket way of thinking about the work that our division does. We have multiple tools in our proverbial toolbox to carry out our goals. And again, in the effort to protect Vermonters and engage in consumer protection, we focus on preserving food safety, we focus on ensuring equitable markets, and we focus on protecting livestock and poultry health. So the tools that we have at our disposal that we use on a very regular basis, I think of these two at the top here as the hammer and the screwdriver, the things we pull out most frequently. And we work very hard to educate farmers, food processors, food producers, and retailers. And our staff spends considerable time doing that in an inspection environment as well as consultation environment. And when it becomes necessary, we do occasionally have to take a compliance action, but on an ongoing basis, we are also regulating these businesses and these persons. And that a good education program informs a strong regulatory program. And so we use those two things in concert with one another. We also spend a lot of time, well-spent time, troubleshooting challenges side by side with our constituents, and also providing technical assistance to many startup and established businesses to help ensure compliance and achieve our mission. We're partners with them from the beginning, and then that helps ensure that there are fewer problems down the road. And I would close by saying that over the last 9 months in this altered reality that we've all been living in, our food safety and consumer protection teams have worked continuously through the pandemic to ensure that Vermonters are fiscally protected and also have had uninterrupted access to safe local food. And we feel that that's very important. I'm sure that you do too, but that has enabled us to work toward the goals that you see along the outer rim here of this graphic. And I apologize, it might be a little bit small, but happy to share it with you afterwards. In some instances, in addition to regulating and engaging in compliance activities, we also have had an opportunity to facilitate market expansion during a global pandemic, which has been a very rewarding process. Probably the most prominent example of that type of initiative would be our meat inspections program, recent implementation of the cooperative interstate shipment program, which for the first time in Vermont's modern history allows meat products from state inspected slaughter facilities to be marketed beyond Vermont's borders. So that has opened up market opportunities for Vermont producers to, again, help ensure a safe and wholesome food supply. And right now, our meat inspection program is in the process of bringing the first Vermont business under the fold of this new expanded program. So that is a 50,000-foot overview of our division. There's a lot more to say, which I won't go into today, but happy to be available to any of you to answer questions or provide additional information as the need arises. And I look forward, on behalf of our whole division, we all look forward to working with you in the coming legislative session. So thank you, and Anson, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Haas. We have one question that came up. Why isn't soil included in the environmental testing set? That was from the, that was one question that was in the chat. Does anyone want to take that one on? Maybe Rebecca or Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, I can take a stab at it. So, you know, it's not, we do provide some soil testing, but it's not in our standard repertoire of testing, mostly because UVM has a wonderful soils testing lab up on the UVM campus, and we've kind of left it up to them to provide that testing. We do some special projects. Right now we're looking at mercury contamination and long-term soil monitoring programs. It's more of a research-based program. Carrie might have some additional history as to why that's not being provided anymore, but we used to do more testing there.
Thank you, Rebecca. We're going to turn it over to Carrie now, and Carrie heads up our, we call it FARM, but it's Public Health and Ag Resource Management. So Carrie's with us, and Carrie, it's all yours.
All right, very good. I'll continue on that soil question really quickly. And we do use soil samples as part of a pesticide misuse investigation, but we can get the same answers off a vegetation sample, which makes life at the lab a lot easier. It's easier to extract vegetation than it is soil, but we do have that option. And let me run through a quick list. It's the Public Health Ag Resource Management Division. It's a diverse set of regulatory assistance and surveillance programs. It's primarily a regulatory division. We have 21 total staff and well over 20 programs. 6 of those staff are dedicated to the field full time. Another 6 are in the field at least 50% of the time. The large core programs for the divisions are the pesticide, animal feed, seed, and fertilizer regulatory programs. And when I say fertilizer, I'm not talking about manure. The sort of niche Vermont programs in the division are the hemp program, the cannabis quality control program, the apiary program. So when we're talking about pollinator protection, that's in both the pesticide and apiary programs. Nurseries, greenhouses, and entomology. The state entomologist resides in our division. Also, sort of some of the very small programs that are in the division. We certify seed potatoes for sale in the state. We issue phytosanitary certificates on Christmas trees. Any sort of plant leaving the state or country that needs to be certified disease-free or pest-free, those certificates are issued through our division. Worker protection training for produce farms and ginseng. Programs at the division sort of coordinates with other state agencies our vector surveillance program. So we're out all summer collecting ticks and mosquitoes, checking those for West Nile virus and Triple E, as well as other environmental surveillance that we're doing in terms of the pesticide monitoring program. And we also work with the solid waste control districts to sort of fund their disposal of household hazardous pesticides. And I wanted to also introduce Kanika Gandhi. She's our pesticide policy section chief. That's a large list of programs that I just mentioned, and I can't be everywhere at once, and Kanika will be helping in the State House this year. I'll let her go over quickly what her programs are and she's responsible for. Kanika?
Yeah, thanks, Carrie, and nice to see everyone. So as you mentioned, my name is Kanika Gandhi. I started with the agency in March. I oversee the programs related to pesticide usage in terms of certification and training, worker protection, product regulation and registration, environmental monitoring, waste disposal, and we also house the Vermont Pesticide Advisory Council, which is an interagency group that looks at pesticide usage in the state. And some of the legislative stuff that we started to get going last year that was abruptly halted but is likely to return includes kind of a reorg of the Vermont Pesticide Advisory Council, VPAC for short, possibly looking into chlorpyrifos, atrazine, and glyphosate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kanika. Thank you, Carrie. Any questions for that particular division of farm? If not,
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wondered what was looked at on Christmas tree farms. You mentioned that Christmas trees are inspected or looked at. I wondered what anyone would look at on those, just out of curiosity.
So we do have some larger Christmas tree farms in the state, and they ship out of the country. There are a bunch of Christmas trees from Vermont that actually go to Bermuda every year in shipping containers, and Bermuda requires that they be free of a bunch of pests that are in the United States that don't exist in Bermuda. So we're looking for fungus and insect or other plant pathogens. We do inspections to certify them as being pathogen free. And then they get put in the containers and shipped to Bermuda. It could be anywhere. We do Bermuda, but a bunch of other, if they're going out of country, they definitely the phytosanitary certificate. If they're going to the West Coast, they'll require inspection as well. Any of our rootstock plants that do go to California need that phytosanitary certificate as well as some of our compost and potting soils. Need to be disease and pest free.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on to water quality, and that's another part of our mission is protecting the waters of the state of Vermont. And I'm going to turn it over to Laura DiPietro, and Laura heads up our water quality division. Laura.
Hello, can you see me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me go ahead and put up a few slides here. So everything we do in water quality is in the 6 annotated statutes and chapter 215. So everything you want to learn about us, you can read that chapter. And essentially, I just want to highlight to you the general gist of what we're supposed to do as a focus. And that is to keep waste out of water, essentially. And one of the things that I think is really important to understand about how Vermont is really special in this way, and I do believe it is actually very productive in this way, is that farmers are not, in statute, in the description here, is that the cost of all of these regulatory requirements that we have in Vermont, it says, shall not be borne by the farmers only, but rather by members of all society who are the beneficiaries. So the task that the Agency of Ag has set up is that we regulate these farms, but we also provide financial support and technical support to get into compliance. And our focus is really narrowed into what we call non-point source pollution. So anytime it rains, anything that might run off from rain events, essentially, is a simple way to look at it. If it's like a factory with a pipe or a wastewater treatment plant, like in the city of Burlington with a pipe, those are all regulated by DEC. And this task of how we do this, as you can see, this is our org chart currently, and we're mostly regulatory in the work that we do. We spend a lot of time on farms doing inspections and looking at the entire production area in the field to make sure that farms are complying, not only with how their infrastructure is managed, so they store obviously manure and other waste on the farm, but they have to collect all the dirty waste as well. So making sure that nothing is just running off into the landscape and into waterways. And then we also look at the fields to make sure that the nutrient management plan, so every farm that is regulated by us that is large enough has to have what is called a nutrient management plan. And that is how they would allocate all of their manure amongst their land base. And our role is to make sure that the number of animals that a farm has, the amount of manure and other waste that might generate, and all of it balances with how much that we make sure they can store it, and we make sure they have the land base to apply it at reasonable rates that fit what the agronomic requirements are for that crop, and also fit the environmental risks that are associated with those fields. So it's a very detailed, very scientific process. We use a federal standard built by USDA and implemented across the state. On the technical and financial assistance side, we have engineers. So the technical group is mostly engineers that help farmers. And one of the things we've learned over many years is that if you hire private consultants to do engineering on farms, the costs traditionally go significantly higher. We have worked for probably the last 15 years with engineering firms and done some really more complicated or riskier projects, and those tend to balance out to be better equated financially for the type of projects they do. But the smaller projects that we're able as a state to just be a lot more nimble and design and implement on farms is much more cost effective on the cost of the project to do through our staff rather than to outsource. So mostly that's engineers. And then there's also some folks that help plant buffers and design cropping setups so that farms who want to do pasture have laneways and water sources and all that. On the financial side, we not only do financial, obviously handing grants to farmers, but we're also tracking everything. And so one of the things you'll see this year is a clean water investment report, which is done between multiple agencies. And that really outlines the tracking and accountability. So all of this work that we do, we're also trying to keep track of how much phosphorus we're reducing with the work that we're doing. And that report and this team also works on that. As far as how we regulate farms, there's a lot of farms in the state of Vermont. It goes from thousands of farms up to smaller number of farms that have larger numbers of animals. The bulk of what our division does at this point is focused on dairy, mostly because they manage most of the land and have the majority of the manure resources that we oversee. But we also are required to regulate all farms. So if we got a complaint, for instance, about a vegetable farm and it was related to water, we would go and follow up on that. The way we've separated, and this is more of a recent thing, is what we call in this diamond or triangle, sorry, that I have here is NROs or non-RAP operations. So probably 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time prior to that in what I would call backyard farming. And so someone with a neighbor that has a pig. And we've now transitioned that so that the municipalities have more authority in that space to be able to work with those kinds of things versus the Agency of Ag dealing with them. If there's a water quality issue, we can always work with the municipality and take control if need be. But our focus after we rewrote the regulations is anything that is a farming operation that meets definitional thresholds, meaning they're making a profit and they have a certain amount of animals or land. And then as farms get bigger and bigger, our permitting requirements get stricter and stricter. So they go from just needing to follow general rules to then following a general permit to then following an individual permit. And the inspection cycle of how often we go out there goes up as they increase in size. And then we have an enforcement process. So we're unique as the Agency of Ag is that we can control enforcement matters within our own agency. And we use the Department of Environmental Conservation and we use the Attorney General's office if we can't resolve something at the administrative level. And so we spent a lot of time being able to give warnings and allow farmers to make corrective actions without having to involve the court system. And so we can be a little more nimble and be able to make progress much more quickly. We work with the Agency of Natural Resources. So one of the things is that if there is a pipe coming from a farm going to water, as an example, that is something that if we see that, we are responsible to forward that information to the Agency of Natural Resources, and they follow up with it. And so the two agencies work together. We again do non-point source, and the Agency of Natural Resources does point source. And so these are kind of some examples of, you know, waste going directly into some kind of pipe, conduit, or otherwise that would get directly to a stream. They take the lead on do an investigation or utilize our investigation, and sometimes we collaboratively enforce, and sometimes we just take turns based on whose authority fits best. Another area that's kind of more recent that we've been working in is these farm conservation projects. And so I don't expect you to see this on the map here, but there is a map with red outlines, and that's an example of a project where the nitrates in the soils were incredibly high throughout this farm. And in order to bring those down after years and years and years of trying to navigate that, instead what we've worked with the farm to do is to conserve the land, and Fish and Wildlife is actually going to have it as a resource protection public lands at this point. So somewhat of like a farm retirement program. And the picture on the bottom with people planting trees is another one of those farms where there was just nothing but floodplain. And so to be able to implement construction like you see in these other photos, it was unrealistic because there was no place that was not floodplain to be able to do that type of work. So it was a better solution and outcome to remove the livestock. And again, Fish and Wildlife is turning it into a public space. But the bulk of what we do in that technical assistance side is this more brick and mortar type of solutions to make sure people can collect waste and then be able to apply it with a nutrient management plan. And then our financial side, these are a lot of the programs. We have a lot of acronyms, and the bulk of what we do is, again, either bricks and mortar type projects like I just described, buffers or stream side projects. We also help farmers buy equipment. If you wanted to get involved in doing some of the innovative practices, that equipment obviously is not necessary for the basic farming, but it is and can be very beneficial for water quality. So when that nexus is there, we're able to provide a program to help farmers buy that additional equipment or those additional attachments. We also help farmers cover crop. This has been a great year for cover cropping if you drive around, which helps. In past, 20 years ago, you never saw those levels of green all winter long. And now if the conditions are right, we see great green covered fields all year round. And then just, critical areas where people need seeding or pasture support, we provide that. And then this last program on the very end is our biggest program, where the Clean Water Fund that came through a few years ago allows us to essentially be a conduit to move money to partners to be able to work with farmers so that they can provide education outreach, but more importantly, implementation support. And the last and newest thing that we're working in is we just recently received an award of $7 million to continue to work towards a payment for a phosphorus program. But the legislature directed us a few years ago, and we're continuing the work currently, is to work on payments for ecosystem services. So that could be much more broader than just paying for phosphorus. It could be paying for other services that environmental benefits provide to the community. And so here's just a list of the members of the organization, and the board will continue, and you will just certainly probably get updates about it throughout the legislative session. So that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. We have a question from Representative-elect Norris. Can you briefly comment on the Lake Carmi Water Quality Project? We've done a lot of work over the last few years there, and Laura can speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Ryan Patch is also here, and he is the person that connects. He's the deputy director of the division. But there is a recent report on Lake Carmi, and there's been a lot of progress that has gone into Carmi. UVM Extension has certainly been an entity that we've worked with, who has worked directly on the ground with farmers to show some of the progress being made. But agriculture as a whole in Carmi is, I think, doing amazing, frankly. So certainly we'll get the report. I think Terry's probably going to send information out after this, and we'll get a copy of the report in so that you can have direct access to that. And
we've spent quite a few dollars, public dollars, in that region with manure injection and aerators from the natural resources side, and a lot of practices that farmers are doing based on science and so forth. But I think we've made a lot of progress, and everyone is talking and listening again up in that up in that region, which is really great to see. We want to move on to another one of our divisions, which is agriculture development. Abby Willard heads up that division. It has been an extremely busy time for Abby and her team across the agency through the CARES dollars that the legislature and the governor agreed to distribute. We've distributed about $30 million over the last few months back into the agriculture economy. It could be on dairy farms, it could be sugar makers, it could be slaughterhouses, it could be farmers markets. But that granting program is coming to a close, and we'll probably issue our last checks this week. But it's been extraordinary what has been going on in agriculture development, and we're going to build on that going forward. And as you enter the legislative session, your time is going to be consumed with the recovery of Vermont. And one area that you're going to see is agriculture playing a role in that. And I'm going to turn it over to Abby, and she can explain some of the work that she's doing in her team. Abby?
Thank you, Anson. And hi, everyone. Nice to meet you and see you all virtually. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the Ag Development Division is a non-regulatory division at the Agency of Agriculture. And this first slide just gives you a sense of what our mission and our goal is as a division. It's really about working with agricultural businesses, food producers, to help meet their market development needs, as well as ensure their viability as businesses, so that our state continues to have a really vibrant and diverse agricultural community and food system. The areas that we engage, which include work with lots of partners, both within the Agency of Agriculture, so we provide a lot of assistance to our regulatory colleagues with outreach and education and technical assistance to the collective ag community constituents that we all work with. And then we also connect with and work with other local, statewide, and federal partners. So our 5 priority kind of focus areas are around promoting Vermont agriculture and our food products to audiences both in the state, but regionally and even internationally. We make connections for agricultural businesses to access new markets and connect to new funding sources so they can help grow their businesses in the way that they desire. We support developing new markets for Vermont's agriculture and food products. We increase agricultural literacy and access to local food. And we explore growth strategies for the various agricultural industries and sectors working in the state. We also are responsible for focused attention on a variety of special programs and funding sources. So in addition to that promotion, connection, development role, we also are a funding entity. So we do administer the Vermont Working Lands Enterprise Program, which we do in concert with the Agency of Commerce, Community Development, and the Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreation. And this program is administered by a board and provides business assistance and financial support opportunities to agriculture and food businesses, as well as forestry and wood manufacturing businesses. So essentially capturing the entire working landscape in the state. Another program that we manage within the Ag Development Division is a produce program that's focused on ensuring that our produce growers are educated, supported, and have the tools necessary to achieve compliance with the on-farm food safety requirements of the of the National Federal Food Safety Modernization Act enacted by FDA. So we have a produce inspector that actually works in Dr. Haas's division in the Food Safety Consumer Protection Division, and then we have education, technical assistance, and outreach staff in the Ag Development Division. So a nice example of how we connect and communicate within the agency across divisions. We also lead marketing efforts to promote and expand the reach and the successful promotion of our various industries, so specifically thinking about maple, dairy, meat, produce, and value-added food products. We have a program that establishes farm-to-school programs at schools with sustained local farm relationships and expanded agricultural education to all ages. So both to youth as well as to adults, and that's part of that agricultural literacy efforts, as we call it, just sort of making sure that our population is aware of our ag community, the crops and the products that are produced here and made here, and all the requirements that those businesses need to be successful. And then very recently, Vermont just established the Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center here in Vermont. So we were a recipient of a over $6 million award to create one of 3 of these centers across the country. And the focus is really on development, production, marketing, and distribution of dairy products, which we believe will in turn improve the economy of both the state of Vermont, the Northeast region, and create a competitive position for our dairy industry. So this, I'm not sure how well you can see this slide. It's the important piece is acknowledging that there's about 10 different funding opportunities or grant programs that we administer typically on a yearly basis. In last fiscal year, FY20, we awarded just under $2.7 million to over 155 recipients. So many of those are businesses, some of those are service providers and support organizations, as well as schools in our farm to school program and childcare facilities. Since 2012, the Ag Development Division has awarded just under $18 million to just under 990 recipients. So again, both grantees and contracts. And as well as these mostly being state funds, some are federal funds, we also receive millions of dollars in additional federal resources that we engage in marketing activities and other sort of not granting to individual producers or businesses, but doing more market development and supply chain investments. The last slide I just wanted to share would be some of the areas that we may interact during a legislative session or over the next biennium. So these are just a few examples of the collaborative work that we do as a division representing the agency, but also with a variety of different partners. So in 2010, the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund established the Farm to Plate Network in Vermont, which is an organization that's really helping facilitate statewide agricultural and food system conversations. And in 2010, there was a Farm to Plate plan for a viable and sustainable food system in the state that was developed. And the goal was to update it and re-engage in 10 years. And so we're there. It's been 10 years. We've met many of the goals that were outlined in that first plan. And you're, again, as Anson mentioned, coming in at a really opportune time. One of those being, if you're excited about agriculture and the vibrancy of our food system, there's a new plan that's going to be shared with legislators at the end of February, so just in a few short months. We presented part 1 of that plan last January to the House and Senate Ag committees and other committee members of interest, and that full plan will be ready at the end of February. That plan received input from over 1,500 participants in Vermont's food system, and this final plan will include 15 key goals for our food system over the next 10 years and 34 priority recommendations. So some of them funding opportunities, some of them policy, some of them partnership ideas and new program developments. But a really exciting time to have a new plan that's really focused on the vision that we have for agriculture in our state going forward. We also receive annual appropriations from the legislature, or at least have in the past, to support some of those funding opportunities and grant programs that we talked about. So these are critical programs to the work that we do and to the constituents that we serve. There's always an opportunity for us to talk about the impact and the benefit of those programs. So always happy to come in and share anything about those various programs. Marketing is a big part of what we do as a division and as an agency, and we're really working closely with other state agencies, researchers, marketers. We apply for and receive a lot of federal funds to do impact assessments and market research to sort of understand what the trends are, where the opportunities are as we're trying to help businesses enter and explore new business ventures, trying to support that with data, and then spend a fair amount of time helping promote those businesses through a variety of different ways. And during this pandemic, we spent a lot of time kind of developing e-commerce and digital marketing strategies to help these businesses who weren't able to export their product in traditional ways to still reach markets. And Anson mentioned the coronavirus relief funds investments that came out of our agency, which was a truly collaborative effort across so many different individuals and all of our divisions. We created a program with the acronym VCAP, so standing for Vermont COVID-19 Agricultural Assistance Programs. And there were a variety of investments supporting businesses, farmers markets, farm to school, in school programs. And as Anson said, we granted somewhere around $25 million to over 860 entities and businesses, and over 1,100 awards in total. So really didn't address all of the needs that exist out there post-pandemic or in this recovery stage, but made a huge impact for so many individual businesses. So then the last thing I'd say is we also spend a fair amount of time trying to just capture data and talk about agricultural trends. We do a lot of media engagement, a lot of presentations to different groups and different audiences, trying to just talk about what's happening in agriculture and food in the state right now. So we have some really great I'm not sure we could call it post-pandemic exactly, but pandemic recovery data from ag and food businesses that we're really getting excited to start to share. So thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll see one another at some time soon.
Thank you, Abby. I know it's 4 o'clock, and if people have to jump off, feel free to do that. We are recording this so we can share it if someone wants to go back and look at it, or if they're going to miss any part of it. And if you've got colleagues who couldn't make it and they want to take a look at it at their convenience, we'll do that as well. We've got one last presentation, and that's the administration. And I'm going to turn it over to a veteran of the agency, in which Diane does a lot of work with the legislature, Diane Boffel. And Diane, I'll turn it over to you to give the presentation for the administration.
Thank you, Secretary Tibbetts, and thank you. And I one of my traits is to talk really fast, so I will go through this very quickly and try to not keep us too long. But the administration is the leadership and the agency-wide activities for the Agency of Agriculture. It's an 11-person division, including 2 assigned assistant attorney generals, when we have court-related legal work, as well as internal legal counsel for the agency, the secretary and the deputy. The deputy and myself, Director of Administrative Services, oversee the different divisions of the agency, along with Secretary Tibbetts, to make sure that we're all moving forward toward the goals and the mission statement of the agency. We also serve on the Interagency Committee for Administrative Rules. There are several rules throughout state government. This group comes together of all the agencies across state government, reviews the rule to make sure that it doesn't impact another agency adversely, or that any issues are worked out prior to that moving forward. There is also a Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules that makes sure that those rules show what was expected in law. So that is part of state government activity. Emergency management, we have emergency management plans for each of our locations that Secretary Tibbetts spoke of, as well as serving in the statewide emergency operations center when we have issues such as Irene or other issues impacting the whole state. Communication, coordinating those communication activities and that implementation, print, social media, and then coordinating any potential interviews with those at the agency with subject expertise. We also coordinate human resource support for the agency. There is a Department of Human Resources in the state government, but each agency is assigned folks to work on that, and the administration division coordinates those activities throughout the rest of the staff. The business office is located in administration. All the financial management, budget, and all financial matters, we are working hard. The director of our our financial management and myself are working hard on getting this budget ready. We will be presenting that, of course, to you in after the governor makes his presentation in January, but also all the other financial matters, payroll, accounts receivable, accounts payable, grants, invoices, all those types of things. We put out, along with the water quality group and ag development, all those grants, around 800 to 900 grants each year. So there's a lot to keep track of the funding that goes out the door. We also do performance-based budgeting and reporting that will be provided to you as legislators. That is truly looking at how much do we do, how well do we do it, and is anybody better off? Those are the three questions we try to answer for our programs and how that's related to how much money we spend on it. Licensing and registration, that was mentioned before. The agency generates around 9,000 different licenses and registrations each year. Those funds that are provided, they're fee-based. Those funds that come in help to support our regulatory programs. They're considered special funds, and these are all terms that you're going to learn in state government about the funding sources. And those special funds are fee-based generated, and they support our regulatory programs. So important funding for our agency. A piece that hasn't been discussed by any of the other divisions, Act 250, Section 248, and then the interaction with the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board on land conservation easements. So this is some land use regulations and conservation easements. The Agency of Agriculture has a role in the Act 250 law that is out there. It's under criteria 9B, which is the development impact to primary ag soils. We have regulatory authority there. There's one staff person with support from the Assistant Attorney General's office on that to manage those inquiries and requirements to document and mitigate for the impact on primary ag soils of any development in the state. Section 248 is the renewable energy siting law. The agency has a role there, and that is to look at and document and try to minimize any undue adverse impact to primary ag soils. We have a staff person and an assigned assistant attorney general who work on that. And we interact with the Public Utilities Commission on those sightings. There's been a tremendous amount of solar lately, and there has been some concern of the impact to agricultural lands with solar sitting on top of them, et cetera. So that's what that siting law is about. The Agency of Agriculture works closely with Vermont Housing and Conservation Board on land conservation easements. So that in vernacular is selling the development rights. The Secretary of Agriculture has a seat on the Vermont Housing Conservation Board, as do other agencies, ANR and the Agency of Health and Human Services. Staff work on policy and easement management. When easements have been in place with Vermont Housing and Conservation Board for well over 30 years now, when that program started, there were co-held easements where the Agency of Agriculture, Vermont Housing Conservation Board, and another land conservation organization such as the Vermont Land Trust would co-held an easement. All three names would be on that easement. So there is ongoing work around those easements of managing that process. Any questions from the farmer or change in ownership or things that may need to change. Maybe they need to build a new barn or some of those changes that may impact that conserved land. So ongoing work there in that aspect. So there's around almost 700 different agricultural easements there over the 30 plus years of that activity. So those are the main activities of administration. We're certainly looking forward to interact with you all, and I know there may be some questions out there, and we are a bit over time. So thank you for your patience and interest, and look forward to working with you in the legislative session this coming year.
Thank you, Diane. One thing that we're all about customer service. It's very important to us. And as you enter your new positions in the legislature, you'll be interacting with your constituents as well. So we want to make sure that you can get the accurate information to your constituents because they're going to be reaching out to you. We want to be there for you. I believe Terry has some contact information that she wants to put up. I want to give you my cell phone number. You're free to call me, text me, email me, whatever is best for you, and I'll get back to you if you have a concern or question or you want to collaborate on something. My cell number is 324-9850, 324-9850. I also just quickly want to introduce, if Deputy Eastman is on, Deputy Eastman was a member of the General Assembly a few years back, representing parts of Addison County. And Allison, if you just want to say hi and give a greeting, that would be great if you're on board.
Yes, good afternoon all, and thank you for spending the last hour or more with us. I was sitting in your seat likely 8 years ago. I think time goes by pretty quick. So admire where you are, and if you have questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. I'll also put my cell phone in the chat so you can write it down. So welcome, congratulations, and feel free to reach out to us if you have a question. Also, Anson, I think there was a question about animal welfare that we may answer before we jump off.
Yeah, Mr. Parsons, we do an assist with that. We, through our animal health division, the authority goes to either state police or the sheriff's department. So they may call us and say, you know, what's going on. We'll go out and do an assessment with them. But the authority does rest within the state police or the sheriff's department on that. But if you do have an issue, or if you see something that concerns you, please pick up the phone and contact us, and we can work with the authorities on that. Do we have any other follow-up questions from anyone? As you can tell, we do a lot. We touch a lot of lives. The committees of jurisdiction that we're mostly in will be in, of course, agriculture and forestry in the House and Senate Agriculture. We also cross paths in the water quality and the natural resources committees. From time to time, we're in institutions as well as we look for projects of construction and so forth. We're in there a little bit. And of course, we end up in the appropriations like every agency does across state government. We end up in appropriations. We try to stay out of the tax department and the tax committees and ways and means. We try not to go in there and raise people's taxes, but from time to time we may end up there. But we appreciate your attention. We really look forward to working with you. We know this is a little bit odd. We wish we were all in that beautiful historic building and at the State House with your families on opening day. And it's just kind of a magical time, but that time will come again. And who knows, and maybe in May, we'll all be together at the State House and we'll be having a wonderful time together in person from there. So with that, unless there are any other questions, I'm going to close it out. Again, please reach out to us. We wish you and your families safety, and we wish you a wonderful 2021. And again, thank you for stepping up and doing public service. You've worked extremely hard. It's going to be rewarding. There's going to be days, of course, that you're going to be like, why did I get into this? But we are here to serve the people of Vermont, and that's what we are here for. We work for the people of Vermont, and everyone at the agency is committed to that. And we appreciate you wanting to spend a little bit of time with us. Again, reach out to us if you have anything more. With that, we'll see you hopefully soon in person. And again, we'll probably see you in your committees as soon as you get your committee assignments. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye now.